All right, that was a bit of a pain. Sorry about that, guys. So whew, all right. I was trying to get it to stream to Instagram, but I don't think that's gonna work. Instagram has like a weird aspect ratio. So I was trying to do like a multi-stream with YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch tonight. But I was only able to get YouTube and Twitch just due to the fact that like Instagram has a very weird aspect ratio and it like cuts off both sides of my video when it goes up to Instagram. It tries to live stream to Instagram. So I was trying to figure out like a dual system for streaming tonight, but I was like, wow, I don't know if I can have two aspect ratios, one streaming specifically to Instagram and then one specifically streaming to like Twitch and YouTube. There probably is a way. I just have to figure it out. It was a little bit harder than I thought. But how's everyone doing tonight? Welcome to night two of SkyBlivion Dev stream for Make a Wish Foundation for charity. Um, yeah, I got started a lot later than I wanted to tonight, which caught me off guard. I was like, so sorry for the waiting. Um, Let me see what's going on here. I don't even know if there's anybody still watching. I got 4 viewers. Let me figure this out real quick. Um, yeah, it was a bit embarrassing. Wow. All right. We'll edit this and we're gonna say 7:30 p.m. Oh my God, what a morning or day. I should say day, not morning. Anyways, so let me change it on the Discord as well. I did not think that was gonna go that rough. We'll delete that. Delete. Control V this, and we'll say 7:30. There. Okay. So after reposting that on there, and there. Damn, I really wanted to stream on Twitch or on Instagram. Oh well, stuff happens. Let me okay, minimize that. All right, so I don't think what's going on, Cozy Sweet Potato. I don't know. Learning a Blender was making a donut. Blender is a it's a monster in itself, kind of like streaming has become a huge monster in itself for me. I'm still fairly new to streaming. I enjoy it. I used to do it a lot, but it's been a bit of a crazy thing, especially trying to stream on multiple platforms. It's kind of frustrating. Oh, that'd be nice. We could definitely still use the help. We can definitely use the help still. Let me pull up my YouTube. I want to see if there's any chats. I don't know if my YouTube chat. Oh, that's. We could do that. Do. Okay, so all right, let's do this. Okay, so today, I am going to be doing a quick little, let me do something real quick. I could do a quick little post to Instagram. We're going to continue on our fort from yesterday. I'll just do this. I'll do a quick little post to Instagram for this event. I feel like that'll be doable, right? Let's do that. And then, how do you switch this? We'll pause it, and then we're gonna make it a freaking TikTok over this, so I can post it on Instagram. I'm gonna be a dork over here. What's the YouTube link for this? It's epic fail today. See, I tried doing all this earlier to get ready, but it just kind of failed. I was like, I gotta get on here to let people know I'm actually doing something tonight. KAX_JH RJF _X LAM. But how has your night been though so far, Sweet Potato? Yeah. Oh, my bad. I had turned on the... Gotcha, my bad. Yeah, I was asking how was your day, by the way. Uh, Let me share this. Murphy, what's going on? My day was pretty good. Just trying to pull my head out of my butt and try to figure this out tonight. It's being a pain in the butt tonight. Everything seems to be. What? Never made it back last night, but here now. I appreciate it. It's all good, man. Screw it. I'm done messing with it tonight. Okay. Let's actually work on this. My bad, guys. I'm like all over the place tonight. Let's see. Okay. So I'm here to actually work and do something. We are going to exit out of this because this is the wrong thing. I need to open it in Blender 3.6. Boom. J stream until yours started. Oh, J Serpas? Did J Serpa have one today, or was it somebody else? By the way, can you guys hear me pretty good, or is the music pretty low? Okay, good. Let me post this link. Oh, there's no music. Can you hear it now? Oh, he was messing around near Bruma. Sweet Potato, can you, yeah, Sweet Potato, can you hear it now? What about now? I'm so sorry. I just don't want to blast in my ear either. Alright, just let me know if it's too loud. I don't know if it's, you can even hear it now or not. Okay. Let me know if it's too loud. You too, Murph. If you can. Sounds good? Alright, good. Alright, so, I feel like I'm like yelling over myself because this music is pretty loud. I don't know if I can... I can't turn it down for myself. That's weird. Weird. Alright, we're just gonna go with it. Okay, we'll just stick with it then. Now it's gone. Ah! There we go. Oh yeah, I did. It's up pretty high in OBS or where it's at. We'll just leave it where it's at. I can rock with it. Fuck it. All right. Let's see. There we go. Do you learn how to use OBS at least to make video clips? It's not too hard. I mean, it's mostly about like recording and stuff. It is pretty easy. For recordings, it's really nice. I'll usually use it to record like tutorials and stuff. It's not bad. I really enjoy it. How's everything sound now, guys? Is it all right? Oh, Adam, hey, how's it going? For some reason, my chat isn't linking with my YouTube over there. That's weird. I didn't even see you over there, man. I'm gonna put you right here so I can see you. Good to see you working with SkyBlivion team. Okay, cool. That makes me happy. Cool. Yeah, I didn't see you there, Adam. My bad. So I'm also streaming on YouTube, guys, so I'll have two chats. I thought it would bring in both chats, but I guess it's not, which is really weird. So definitely using YouTube's chat. I'm gonna leave that open. That's really weird. Okay, so we'll put you guys there, and then we'll put this one here. Yeah, that's really weird. Okay, well, damn. Alright, so, let me see. The link for the charity that I'm doing is here. If anybody is interested, I'm going to post that again one more time. Whee! We're going to put that there. I'm going to put that here. I'm going to spam the hell out of it. We actually reached our goal yesterday. It was pretty cool. So with SkyBlivion, I'm working on Senkator. I usually do optimization for the team. I do 3D, a little bit of 3D modeling, not a lot. I just started working with them not too long ago. It's pretty simple. Cool stuff, you know. But I enjoy it. Let me see. What do I want to start with today? I think yesterday, so I split all this up and the parts it needed to be in yesterday. So now all I really got to do is export this stuff and give it collision, really, is what I have to do next. I'm thinking I kind of want to do the main building of Sankator first, this round structure. So I'm going to start hiding all the parts I don't want to export right away. You press H to hide things. I'm going to hide all this. Because the main building is pretty much centered where I want it to be. So that's the good news. Just want to make sure I only hide stuff I don't need right now. I think Rin might have forgot some doors to get rid of. Looks like I have to split these stairs up a little bit more. I'm gonna do creatures at 8, I'm thinking. I'm gonna do some creature stuff. There's not a lot of information out there on creatures, and I've been really wanting to get some stuff out there for people. I try to do a little bit of YouTube stuff. Kate, how's it going? I haven't been doing much on there, more on Twitch. Then again, I haven't even really streamed like lately. Oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, Katie? I didn't even realize. I was like, wait a minute. All zoned out. It's been a weird day today. Just trying to get this all set up. Oh, wow. Alright, so I gotta split that up too a little bit. I want to at least try to get the main building exported first. If anybody wants advice on like 3D modeling, just let me know. I don't mind sharing. Oh yeah, it completely caught me off guard. I was like, wait a minute, hold up, I know her. Completely caught me off. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. Something's a little off here. I feel like I know this person. I'm just trying to separate all these tiny odds and ends just to get them off the main model real quick before I do like a full export. I mean, today was definitely a chance to learn how to stream on multiple platforms. It definitely was kind of a headache. I was like, what in the world is this? Completely caught me off guard. Let me look at this real quick. That looks fine. Let's remove this. Hide that. I take it the bricks are definitely done. The bricks were so annoying last night. I couldn't believe how annoying those bricks were. Like, seriously. They're a little bit frustrating. For sure. Let me save this. By the way, can you guys hear the music pretty well on YouTube? Which type of object do you think is the easiest to make? The easiest to make, sweet potato. Let me think about that. For 3D modeling, the easiest would be, I don't want to say a brick. Some type of wall, usually. Hard surface modeling is a lot easier than organic shapes. Rocks are kind of simple. I mean, but when you get into doing like cliffs and like more bigger things. But yeah, buildings are by far probably the easiest. Organic objects tend to be harder, for sure. I mean, you could build an architectural building out of cubes, cylinders. It's pretty simple. Organic objects, it requires a lot more sculpting. Like, believe it or not, like something like this is fairly easy to make, because you just got to break it down in its most simple shapes. Like all these little decals are, they're just cubes, stretched cubes. This is just a giant cylinder, you know. Half a cylinder. There's a tool that'll let you cut into objects. It's called a Boolean. And you can use a cylinder to cut into a cube to create an arch like this. Getty, hey, Crafty Tom, thanks for the raid, man. What's going on? I appreciate the raid. How was your stream? How'd it go, Crafty? Thanks for the follow, Tom. Thank you. Xander, thank you for the follow. Have a good stream, man. What'd you work on? Let me know if my stream's a little screwy. I had a little bit of a heck of a time earlier trying to get my setup going. I was trying to stream on multiple platforms and stuff. It was a little wild. Thanks for the follow. Is it Gub? DM? Thank you. Thank you. All right, Kate, I'll see you in a minute on Twitch. I am working on Syncator. I am trying to optimize it by combining meshes, lowering some of the poly count, or even object count technically. So the frame rate will go up usually in game. Streaming on multiple platforms is a nightmare. Oh yes, it is. Oh my god, I tried streaming on what was it, Instagram earlier. It literally did like this little window on my Instagram stream, and it cut off everything because the aspect ratio is completely different than your normal screen because it was designed for a phone. And I was like, I can't stream on here. I'd have to set up 2 different streaming applications just to do it. And I was like, this ain't gonna work. It was definitely a nightmare. So I just left a post on like TikTok and Instagram about the charity event. But oh yeah, thank you for the follow, Daedric Prince. Thank you, I appreciate it. But it's mostly been going pretty good. I mean, I just got on here, just started. I think I need to. Let's do this. Control. Control or Alt H. Bring all this in. I want to center this. Actually, this is what we're going to do instead. We're going to create a new window. And I want Blender 3.6 for this. And the reason why I'm going to create a new window is I'm going to create its origin point at the center of the object. So when you approach it, it doesn't disappear where it's not supposed to or render where it's not supposed to in game. What do you got for me? Yukon. That looks crazy impressive. I didn't 3D model this. I wish I did. This is a kit bash object from in-game. I'm just doing the optimization work for it. This is from SkyBlivion's Fort Kit. Control, let's see, all, control copy, minimize this, we'll open this, control V. We're gonna lower the view, or actually raise it technically to 50, I want to say 50 million or some crazy stuff like that. So now, and then we're gonna fix the clip by that. It's been a little crazy. Been an interesting day today. I'm gonna select this, Control A, all transformations. I'm gonna hover it above, and I'm gonna try to center this on this guy. So hopefully it'll make it easier for Rin to actually implement this. Origin to 3D cursor, boom, Control A, all transformations. All right. Let's try to export this. Actually, we're gonna do a file save as real quick. I know I'm gonna murder this spelling. Sankator main building. Yesterday I spent all day kind of cleaning this up and stuff. So actually, a majority of the work done for SkinGrad was actually Rin. I showed him like the script and stuff that we use at that point in time. But after that, I started working. That was before I joined the team. I was helping him with that. And then he and Shadow did majority of the work though. So after that, that's when he got me onto the team, and I started working on Karmala, and then I also did. There's another castle I forgot that I worked on. Oh, okay. I'll spell it right. Hold up. SANCRETOR. Or TOUR. Main building. I like it. There. Bam. Alright. But yeah, so I worked on Karmala and something else. I forget the other name of the other one was. I'm going to select this. I am going to choose the game real quick. We're going to say Skyrim. We're going to go File, Export, NIF. We're We're gonna go to desktop and we're gonna export it. Oh wait, hold up. I forgot something. Its size is gonna be a little screwy, so I have to downsize this a little bit by 0.1. It's gonna be that right ratio for this. I know it's tiny now, but it needs to be for it to fit in game. That's the correct aspect ratio. We're gonna export this through NIF tools. Sankator main building. We're gonna go to desktop and we're gonna export it. This might actually take a minute. Let's see. Have a good stream, unfortunately. Hey, you have a good night, Dajic Prince. I appreciate the follow, by the way. Hopefully you get some rest tonight. Ooh, 6 hours again. I woke up just a little bit ago. My sleep schedule's screwed. Gotcha. When you joined the team, Skingrad was brought up somewhere in my memories. Oh, no, that's all good, Tom. I appreciate it, seriously. Too many, I got too many vertices, it's telling me. Oh, boy. Okay, well, that's fun. So now I gotta figure out what mesh is too many vertices. We're gonna go up to statistics, where you be right here. All right, so now we got to find which one's the culprit. That's 7,000. That's 1,000. 8,000. 8,000. It's probably this guy, watch. No, that's 18. That's not horrible. H. That's not bad. Not bad. Watch it be the bricks. Nope, not the bricks. Teeny tiny. Oh yeah, I wish. We need to make Skyrim smaller so it's we can make everything bigger. I'd be down for that. Wonder if it's this guy. That's a contender. That's not that big. I wish I could eat the bricks. I need the bricks. That's what gives them the ruin detail. We're gonna do this until probably like 8:30. And then we're gonna work on some creatures. Like I've been wanting to do like a creature tutorial for a while, and this is a perfect opportunity for it. I feel we're gonna do some creature implementation on how to create a custom creature in Skyrim. Well, technically SkyBlivion in this case, but you get the point. And there's our culprit. We found our culprit. So we need to split this up into, oh boy, some shapes here. Wow. We're gonna choose a different selection tool. That's a hell of a culprit. I didn't know it was gonna be 30,000. Oh, close. What did you stream, by the way, Tom? I might be able to split this up in one more shape. Boom. But still, it worked either way. I remember walking around Sankator not too long ago, and it was a bit rough on the Yes, that's what I've been getting a whole bunch of. Interested to see how it emerged. Same. I guess Skingrad Castle was FPS was increased by like 40 or something around that area. So I'm really excited to see how this turns out as well. I'm hoping, ooh. That's a biggie. I didn't think that was gonna be that bad, wow. That's 18, that's not bad. That's 21. Okay, we could work with that. Does anyone here know if the race NPCs will be updated anymore to look a little more Oblivion-y, or if that's very, very complicated? I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that one. Tom, do you know about that? I'm gonna try to stream on YouTube more often too. Okay, let's try this export one more time. Save, export, export. Export version, shader, no shader, mesh material. These cannot be. What is going on? Okay, I've never heard that one before. Export version, expected shader, no shader applied to mesh. By structure, material, evaluated. Oh wait, why is there a light in here? That might be the issue. There's a camera too. We don't need the camera. The cube. Oh, that might be why that didn't work. I had this original shapes of when you first start a new blend file. I didn't hit delete. That's hilarious. Let's try that one more time. I was gonna try to do some live play stream today, but I started far later than I wanted to tonight. What do we got now? Too many versions. Okay. We're gonna create a script real quick. We're gonna go to everybody's favorite script creating program. Okay, so if I use ChatGPT to create scripts for Blender. This is a good tool to and a good opportunity to show people how to easily create a script and use it within Blender. Okay, so I have all these shapes, right? They're all over here in this panel, and instead of wasting my time going through every single one of these shapes to see which one has a try count or a face count of over, let's say, 25,000 tries, I'm going to make a script that will select every shape that does for me through ChatGPT. So it'll create like a filter script is what I'm looking for. So we're going to do that with ChatGPT right now. So we're going to say create a Blender script. You have to be pretty precise too. So create a Blender script that selects all objects, or we'll say meshes over, we'll say 25,000 try shapes, or try count over 25,000 try count. Face count, we'll say face count. Create a Blender script that selects all meshes over a 25,000 face count. All right. We're gonna give this a go. Let's see. All right. We're gonna copy this code. Boom. Minimize this. Open Blender back up. Right. This one. And then we're going to jump into the scripting tab right here, right? You have multiple tabs. You have layout at the top, and you have scripting right here. You're going to go to new, Control V. You're going to zoom out on this window so you can actually see what you're selecting. You're going to increase your view. All right. You're going to make sure nothing's selected. hide that. Get back in the view. And yeah, so for up here, you're just gonna hit play. And there we go. It selected the objects that have over 25,000 tri-shapes. It's that easy. Sometimes there is trial and error. It just happens. So these are the objects with Blender. I forgot this tab. Yeah, it's hard. I forget it exists sometimes too. But so these are the tri-shape count objects I need to decrease. So these are currently selected. What I want to do is I want to go to select, invert. What that does is that inverts my selection, and I can press H and it'll hide everything else while I work on these objects. So let's see, this has 26,000. This has 28,000. This object is our culprit right here. Because technically you can, I've exported objects with around 28,000, but for some reason the shaders on these make it to where they have to be usually less. I never got into scripting until recently, I want to say. Actually, what are these two? Ooh. Yeah, we're going to split those up too. So, separate selection. Okay, we're going to split this up this way. B, separate, and then we're going to split these up. How I'm going to do this is I'm going to press L. L selects all that's linked to a specific selected thing, like UV map. But it'll select all the faces, vertexes, or lines that are attached to like a specific thing. What I mean by specific thing is, so when you press L on an object, you'll get this little window that pops up. You can choose like the seam that's all connected to that, the material that's connected, or even the sharper UVs. I'm gonna go UV. So now I'm just gonna keep hitting L all the way across until I get like a solid thing of a good split. Like, I don't like splitting objects like right in the middle of a shape or like UV, because it just looks really messy to me, and I'm OCD a little bit. So I'm gonna do it this way. All right, so I'm gonna hit H on this bottom half, H on that too. Boom. You know what, just for shits and giggles, we're gonna get that little guy too, H. So now we got this kind of clear cut that we can do in between there, and we can hit separate, and then Alt H, separate. Actually, hold up, that's in its own shape. All right, for this, we're going to do the same exact thing. We're gonna go right here. We're just gonna go straight across, something like this. Spam that L key. I was up streaming late as hell last, well, no, not really. I mean, usually I stream till midnight, but I think I stopped yesterday at like 12. I do believe. I like to teach, Katie. I really do. I don't like to hoard knowledge. Separate H. That should be all of our shapes. Alt H. Let's try exporting it again. I try again. If you're using NIF tools, sometimes you can export like 28,000 tri-shaped objects, but I've had issues with certain things at certain times, so I try to keep it under 25, or even sometimes 22 in some cases, just to play it safe. Now we'll just wait a minute while this exports and chat and have fun. So what other streams did you guys watch tonight? How'd they go? I know Heavy Burns was supposed to stream. I don't know what time he's streaming. I don't know if he's streaming right now or not. Do. Let me see what's going on my YouTube. Hey, Rod, what's going on? If you don't hoard the knowledge, how will you leverage it against masses and gain power? I'm good. Got as much power as I need in my life. Just me. You know. Did it? Oh, I think it actually exported. Let's check this out. Where'd it go? Did it export? Or did we get an error again? Oh, we got some type of error. What did it say? If it's something on material, I'm gonna lose my mind. Watch it be tri-shape count. What we got here? Yep, tri-shape count. Okay, what did that script miss? Alright, we're just gonna select certain parts of the building and hope we could find it that way. And a tunic itself, a tunic tutorial, that'd be interesting to see for clothing. So I'm still getting that same error over there. Does it say which mesh? No, it does not. That's fun. Will everything else export besides that area? Let's test it. Sometimes the script might miss an object. In this case, it did. So a lot of this is just kind of like trial by fire, or trial and error. You're gonna come across things that might not export that you might have to tweak a little, just to try to finagle with. I want to export some parts before I jump over to creatures. How good are the ChatGPT scripts? I'd be afraid of them being buggy poorly. Oh, that's why I do like a save beforehand. And I usually only use the ChatGPT scripts for something really simple. Like really simple procedures like say, hey, find this object that's over this amount of tri-shape count. It's fairly simple. It's designed, if you put it that way, it's designed to where it shouldn't do any damage to your model. I'm not having ChatGPT make a script to like create something for me. That, or have it like, hey, do this to this object in a method that might change its structure, then that's a destructive script that you have a chance, and that's kind of like what you're playing around with then. Itself split into 3. Oh, you're talking about the tunic in the tutorial? It's looking like this might actually export. It's taking a minute. So if this exports, then we'll just have to sift through the other models. This is another method I'll do. I'll like grab whole. Yep, it actually exported. What game is this on? Okay, yeah. So I'll select over here, Alt H. I'll then select inverse. H, hide that, and let's sift through this stuff. And we already might have found our culprit, actually. We're gonna, maybe. That's annoying. Sorry about that, guys. We are gonna just select some of this stuff so that I can just do a little tool, and we're just gonna draw around that way. We're gonna deselect that. Oh, get in there, you. Let's go that way. That way. Make sure all that's selected. We'll go, okay. We'll split that. Okay, so these two objects are split. This is H. What's this at? Yeah, it should be fine. That's 21. That should be fine. Sir Lord Baron von Carr, what's going on? Exactly is that you are... What exactly is it that you are doing with the castle right now? I am putting it into one giant NIF is what I'm doing. I'm trying to optimize it in a way for it to actually be in game, because it was kit bashed in game, so it was built out of a lot of separate objects. So with that, it has a lot of different references, and each one has its own calling to the game, and that lowers your FPS when it renders in or when it's called. And when it happens when like there's a bunch of objects that create a structure. So what you want to do is you want to try to make a 3D model of just that one structure, if possible, to save on FPS for draw calls and such in game. And if you do that, it'll raise your FPS. It's more CPU than graphical. How many? That should be fine. This is 20H. That's not a lot either. That's only 7,000. H. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Sir Lord Baron von Carr. It's a long name. Let's see. Couldn't figure out. Gotcha. I think we already checked that. Yeah, we did. We checked that as well. That's not bad. That's not bad. I wonder if it was just that last object. Oh. That should be alright. Tab. That's alright. Oh. Oh. That should be fine too. Let me try to export this one object and see what happens. I want to see if this is gonna complain to me again and see if I might have to split it up, put it in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Okay, that's an old movie. I don't know who's gonna remember that movie. Let's see. All right, H. That should be fine. That should be fine. That's good. That's good. That one's good. That object's good. That. Let me export this and see what happens real quick. Oh. 24,000 tries is too much for it, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna fix that. Ah. While Shane, that movie was banned in my house once my dad started being able to quote it. Oh, wow. Thanks, Katie. Thanks. That was a good movie. I think what you're trying to say is I'm old. Is that what you're trying to say? Alright, so that's split up. You're grounded. I'll try to export this one too. I want to see if it's going to have trouble with 22. Okay. So I wonder if it's just... Ah, that's so weird. That's having issue exporting 22,000. I've never had that issue before. We'll export 21. Yeah, it looks like it'll export 21. Okay, so some of these objects have to be under 21,000. That's insane. That's good. Well, I think I know another structure that needs to be split up then. Not that, not that, not that. This, I don't think this will export then. Let's try. It could also have something to do with the material. Oh, that wants to export. Weird. All right, let's try this again. It was watched over and over. I was in junior high when that came out. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just looking at my crazy Discord. It's gonna export, everybody. Oh my god, makes me happy. Finally. My YouTube stream is like lagging way behind my Twitch stream. So 5th grade, damn. That wasn't that long ago. What was some of your guys' favorite streams for C3? I'm really excited to see what this will look like. Oh, that's fair. That is completely fair. I think that's really all I was really interested in. Fallout London looked really good, but I really only watched like Skyrim related things and SkyBlivion related things for the stream. That's completely fine. I get it. We made our goal in like 1 day for the charity event. That was really exciting. I think by like 7 p.m. my time, or by the time I started streaming, I think we had already made our goal. I was like, wow, that blew my mind. I'll try out Fallout London, but I've never loved a Fallout game. Ah, I get that. I can understand that. It's a very like, I hate to say this. I think it's still better than Starfield. Don't get me started on Starfield. I like the game. I just feel like there could have been so many things better about it. I've only watched... nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. VMS, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I didn't watch any today. Got into intriguing convo about PBR textures. Oh, nice. In Skyrim? Oh, that'd be really cool. Kind of agree. Huge Tez fan, but I haven't been able to enjoy their other games. Yeah. I had Starfield installed on my computer for a short time to try it out, and then I just got too many other things that I'm interested in doing. I'll probably give Starfield a second try, but I played it for like an hour or 2 hours. I had a little bit of fun, but it just didn't grab my attention like I was hoping it would. But I do want to give it a second try. I haven't even beat it yet, you know. Grab memo from Dead Bodies with it auto picked up, and I was generally don't like the whole 90% of the playable area is waste. I agree. My biggest pet peeve is there's so many load doors. Not necessarily, there's so many load doors just in the ship, and there's like an animated load door. Those were some of my biggest pet peeves. Like you already have so many loading screens just to travel. Sure, they're quick, but it's still frustrating, you know? Like it. I mean, I grew up in Skyrim where, like, I grew up when, like, Morrowind came out, where, actually, Morrowind was really good for it. Like, it might take a minute for you to load into someplace, but, like, most of the stuff was in real time. And it exported. Finally. It exported. Oh, my God. Let's look at it real quick. Now the other question is, will it crash the CK? Ooh. It takes a minute to load in. It's a big model. All right, that's 1 out of 5 exported. I'm probably gonna add collision and stuff to it some other time, because I don't think you guys want to watch and sit here. Doing collision is very very boring work to stream about. I have a tutorial on YouTube that shows like the exact process on how to do it using like chunk merge, especially with going through each tri-shape and renaming it to what material or collision sound effect you want to get with it. Or collision materials, I believe, is what they're called. Excuse me. Excuse me. But yeah, there's a tutorial on my YouTube if you guys want to learn that. It's a bit time consuming, and to do that on stream, I feel would get a little bit mundane, because it's the same step over and over and over and over again, and it's just kind of like it's small work. And yes, there's a cat behind me just being nosy. GubDM. The more I played Starfield, the less I liked it. I ended like 80 hours in and absolutely livid with the whole... Ooh, ouch. Ouch. I could feel that. I can get that. That would be frustrating. Get 80 hours in and it's kind of like, I don't really know how to feel about this game. I could get behind that. So, what I'm gonna do is, give me a second while this loads. There it goes. I'm gonna save this, exit out of it. I'm gonna just throw this model into the CK to see if it'll work. And we'll go do creatures. Wait, really? UComp, so you felt the same about Elden Ring? Really? That's a first. I loved Elden Ring, but I could understand, like, every game's not for everyone. Like, I understand that. Some people like playing a game that gives you a, like, direct storyline and direct direction to go. With games like Starfield and Elden Ring, they're very open world. They don't give you an exact direction to go. Some people love that sandbox, some people don't. It might not even be that exactly for some people, you know? Why did this open in here? Exit you. Where did my... Oh, it's refreshing. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna start up Mod Organizer. Let's see. Baron, I've done adding collision for lots of 2D objects, so I can imagine that 3D collision is even more fun. It's not that hard with how we have it set up, or what tools we have for modding Skyrim, or I think even Fallout. It's actually really simple. It's just time consuming. It's more of the same process over and over and over again. I've got bored of the enemy repetition. I love DS3s and Sekiro. Okay. But I got so bored of Elden Ring. Really? I can only fight the same dragon about 5 times. Okay. So it wasn't like enough enemy variety, I feel. That might have been it. We're going to activate the creation kit. I'm going to turn off my mods. Hold up, let me do this real quick. Let me deactivate these two. I can understand that. Like, and I know Elden Ring, I think that if I was to think, I love Elden Ring, but if I think there was one thing, it does reuse a lot of creatures over and over again. And I could see where that would get mundane and boring. So we're going to take this. I'm going to go into my... where is it at? Skyrim folder shortcut. I guess I put it. Oh, there it is. I was like, I know it's somewhere around here. So we'll open this real quick. Let's go in here. And we're going to drop this model into my data folder real quick just to test it. Boom. And then we're going to run this and test this out. And then we're going to get into creatures for the rest of the night. Skyrim's least talked about subject. Actually, yeah, we're just gonna activate Skyrim. Oh, no, no. What? No. No, whatever. Skyrim's, or the modding scene's least tutorialed subject is absolutely creatures and creature behaviors and custom rigs and skeletons. And we are going to work on changing that. Once I get this in anyways. Let's see. Can you guys still hear the music? Okay, cool. Makes me happy. Okay, perfect. I got raided yesterday. I don't know if Tom is still watching, but I got raided by Dross yesterday, and he completely caught me off guard. I think I was getting off as he raided my stream. I was like, "Oh, I missed your thing, man!" Like, I felt so bad because I looked back yesterday. I just got done talking to him a little bit ago about it. Potato, what kind of monsters are we making? The Clenfair, I believe, is what we're working on. The 3D model is actually already done. But I'm going to show you the next process after. So I'm not going to show you how to sculpt a creature. That's fairly something you could find on YouTube. The thing that's least talked about is making a custom skeleton and a custom rig. Usually you would need 3ds Max 2010 and its add-ons, which you can find online with its Havoc Behavior add-on. You can find that on there, but we're going to do it in Blender. You can also do it in Maya, but again, you have to pay for it. So we're just going to do it in Blender. I'm going to show you guys how to do it in Blender. It was a pain in the butt to figure it out, but I was able to finally get it with some help from Shadow and a couple other game devs from Beyond Skyrim. So, and I'm And Shadow, he does. He's the main creature lead or 3D model, one of the main dev leads for 3D modeling for Beyond Skyrim. So we're just gonna add this real quick. Clenfair is that like Triceratops looking thing from Morrowind or Oblivion. I need all the critter tutorials. Got sent to an empty page. What do you mean? Did something happen during stream or? I'm gonna right click, go to new, just go to edit, edit. We're gonna bring in this main building and see if it crashes. It's probably gonna crash because there's something yep, there's something I missed. Blender files. I don't want to go through this tonight. I gotta clean this thing. We're gonna use a tool called Sniff. It's gonna let me know what is wrong with my model. So we're just gonna go into, actually, we'll create a new folder. Control V. Oh boy, grab this. And we're gonna go back into Sniff. Not Blender, I need Sniff. Where are you at? When we get sent to your page as you ended stream. Oh, I felt bad. Yeah, when I was talking to Joss about that, I really did feel bad. I was like, sorry, man. Like, I didn't realize you were raiding. I'm checking for errors. Process. This will let me know what's going on with a couple of the shaders. 147 BS light shader property, shader flag. Ah, okay. So I got to turn that off. So what we'll do, leave that little window open. We're going to open up Senkator. No, you don't need access to 2010 to do it. There's a way to do it without 2010. There's actually several ways to do it without 2010. They're just not shared. They're shared, but they're just not well known. They're not properly, a lot of things just aren't properly documented. The things are out there, they're just, a lot of things aren't properly documented. So we need to find this 147 BS light shader property. So I'm going to scroll down to about 145 because it goes to 149 next. I'm going to open that. There's our BS shader property. Now what this is saying, we use this tool called Sniff, right? And I went to errors, check for errors, and I scanned a specific folder, or you could scan a selected file. I think you could find Sniff online somewhere. I forget. It's another Skyrim editing tool. And it let me know what's causing my crash. There's a specific shader flag in my mesh that is causing this crash. So it is under the tri-shape right here, which this tri-shape is... Where is this tri-shape? Interesting. Oh, right there, it's a door. Go figure, it's a door. It's always a door. All right. So we're gonna get rid of, is it environment map fading or is it environment mapping? So I'm gonna click on the BS light shader property. You're gonna come down to this lower panel. You're gonna go to the shader flags and you're gonna click this little drop down and you're gonna click environment mapping off. Let me see if there's anything else that might cause this. I'm gonna go to shader property flags to environment. That's fine. While we're in here, I'm gonna convert this to a block new node convert. to Bethesda BS fade node. I'm going to save it. Trust me, it was a pain to learn how to do it without 2010. Shadow kept getting me to try to use Maya, and I'm like, I want to do it Blender because like it's free. And I know it's been done with Blender, so I'm like, I gotta figure this out. After that, we're gonna clean this thing. We're gonna go to remove bogus nodes. And we're gonna go to remove unused strings. Give it a minute. Okay, 0 found. And then we're gonna go to, I do update all tangent spaces. You don't really need to. In some cases, I do. And then the last thing I do is I reorder blocks by going to reorder blocks. You can also do check links too. All right, so after that, I'm gonna save. Make sure it's sanitized too. Okay, auto sanitize, good. Exit that. I'm gonna exit that. I'm gonna grab this mesh. Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. We're gonna open Skyrim back up. We're gonna replace this mocha. Going to data, meshes. I'll bring that over. Drop that baby up in there. Exit both this and this. And then we're going to jump back into CK. Oh, yeah. Anytime. Like, I plan to do also, I learned how to do grass and trees. I know how to make grass and trees, and I plan on releasing a tutorial for grass and trees as well. How to do the animations for them and stuff. So, creature animation, it's a bit, you can convert, so let's say you buy, and I'll get into that in a little bit, so it's not all confusing. We'll focus on this first. One thing at a time. Instead of opening Skyrim, we're just going to go to new, edit, Sector. We're going to see if it crashes, which it shouldn't. It didn't crash. So our model is capable of being in game. You just don't see any. We could. Let's. I kind of want to see what it looks like with textures. We're going to see what it looks like with textures. For that, though, I have to. Go to a different instance of MO2. SkyBlivion, Special Edition, Data, Meshes, and we're just going to drop this. Oh, I did Castle Coral and Fort Kramala are the two other castles I've done, or forts. For optimization. Oh, it's... Excuse my language, it's over here. I gotta go back and get this. Copy, paste. Then we'll open up a different thing of MO2 here. We're gonna go right here, portable, switch this instance, restart mod organizer. One of my earbuds are going dead, so I gotta trade it out. Let me see here, hold up. I'm gonna charge this. I have been streaming a while. I think I've been streaming since, I think, 7. All right, so let's do this. We're gonna open this CK, which is a bit different. This is gonna take a minute. SkyBlivion is freaking huge. So it's got a lot of stuff. Even if I did put in all the different things to make it quicker. Oh, let me see. We're just gonna open we're just gonna open Writer's Den. Yeah, it'll take a minute. But while we're doing that, I can download the Clenfair. Did he send me the mesh? He sent me the HKX, the NIF. And the FBX. I'm gonna need the FBX primarily. I don't think anybody's watching my YouTube one. That's funny to me. Nope. I'm all alone on YouTube, guys. I had someone watching earlier. And I thought my little dungeon mod took a while to open. Yeah, it takes a hot minute for this to open. I just want to see it with textures. That's all I want to do. I just want to, you know, appreciate the work. Time to open YouTube in another way. If you do, Potato, let me know. I should say Sweet Potato. Let me know how far behind that stream is behind Twitch. I would highly appreciate that. Because I'm like, I got it open in another window and it seems like it's far behind. Easy. Maybe 5 seconds. That ain't bad. That ain't a bad delay. Okay, that ain't that bad of a delay. 5 seconds isn't horrible. I thought it was almost a minute. From my end, from what I'm watching, it's like, it feels like a minute. Maybe I have to refresh my own screen over here. Well, then again, I got, let me see. I got all this going on right now, so I mean, that's probably why my CPU is hating me right now. Come on, load. Let's see. How's everyone else night going? Are you learning anything? So if you're relatively new to my streams, especially if you came in for the raid earlier, usually when I stream, I tend to try to stream at least a couple times a month. I focus more on teaching. I do a lot of like Blender teaching. You'll catch me working on like majority of my mods. I just started streaming SkyBlivion stuff. But I do a lot of Blender teaching. I'll do some CK teaching. I'm not too proficient in CK. I know some stuff. I know how to import objects and such. But yeah. Draugr trigger zone to work in CK. See, that I wouldn't know how to do. I would have to actually learn how to do that myself. I can nav mesh. I can create a cell. I can create a new world space. I can place static images. I could kind of add a new creature. Some stuff. There's a lot of stuff I still need to learn myself. I know more about things in 3D or in Blender than I do anything. It's crazy. Load. It takes like 5 minutes, an eternity later. Maybe if I exit out of this, maybe that'll help. I just realized I still had that open. Anybody working on any new mods, or what would you like to learn one day? What is your favorite Skyrim mod? Also, I should post the link for the charity, since I haven't done that in a while. Control V. Boom. Mushroom followers. You know, you remind me of someone that loves Baldur's Gate. I love Baldur's Gate. There are mushroom followers in that game. You know, that's an impossible question to answer, right? Fair enough. I got like 9 projects I'm working on right now. SkyBlivion's one of them. Baldur's Gate's too scary? Okay, fair. It does get pretty intense. That's fair. Casey Batman, what's going on? And thanks for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Love Skyrim. Skyrim's awesome. Mind flayers are kind of a nightmare. Murphy, right now, my favorite is Skyclimb 1.1. Ooh, that's a good one. Easy Batman, what is your favorite Skyrim mod? Oh well, SkyBlivion is definitely gonna be my favorite when I play. It is a beautiful, beautiful game. All the devs have put a lot of work into it, and it is amazing from what I've seen and from what I've experienced. I've played a little bit in game. I try to avoid certain aspects of it, even though I have the build on my computer. I try to avoid playing it a lot because I'm trying not to spoil it for myself, even though I'm a dev. And because I've seen projects that the other team members have worked on. In the online, we have our own little like work area that we work in, and oh my god, they do amazing work. Let's see. I want to learn how to get Skyrim tunes into an A pose instead of a pose they are in. Fair enough. It's gonna be the best game. I agree. I think it'll. I think it might do better than Starfield. I hate to say that. Legacy of the Dragonborn is an all-time favorite for me. I agree. I haven't actually had a chance to play a Legacy of the Dragonborn yet. Thank you for the follow too, Casey. Oh, nice. Let's see. Ingo follower. Follow. I haven't got to see. I haven't had the chance to properly play the game since before the DLCs. And I'm not joking. I'm mad about it. Like, I haven't even got to experience like some of the new like followers from like Dawn Guard and stuff. I've been slowly creating like a new mod list for myself to play. Oh yeah, I've played through the original Oblivion. Yep. Or let's be at first. Nope. I've played Morrowind and Oblivion. Let's see. EVG animated traversals. Yes. That's a good one. Poor Starfield. You know, I was excited for Starfield, and I hope Bethesda doesn't get mad about this, but like I feel like if it would have released maybe prior COVID, I think it would have really done great for itself. I think if it would have came out before UE5 was a thing, I think it really would have been a great game. I think UE5 and a couple of the newer games kind of ruined its hype. I don't want to say it was a dated game. The game was made at the wrong time. It is a beautiful game, but just it came out at the wrong time, I feel. Let's see. Skyrim, Serana, Cute Vamp. True. I agree. I'm gonna be honest, SkyBlivion and this other game called Puff Pals Island Skies are the best games ever made ever. At least of the last long time. They both come out next year, theoretically. So I'm so happy to be alive. Are you more excited for SkyBlivion or Skywind though? Don't ask me that question. Do not ask me that question. That is mean. That is mean. Don't put me on the spot. Sweet potato, that is not sweet. Actually, I'm pretty hyped for both. I think I've even mentioned that to the SkyBlivion devs. I love SkyBlivion, but I grew up with Morrowind. Morrowind is what I grew up with. So to be able to experience that again, I'm pretty excited. But I'm thinking SkyBlivion might end up, I don't want to say looking better than Skywind. I have no idea. But both games look very incredible. Off talk, soon you were mid-20s, Shane, but Dirty Dancing reference. Oh, I'm 33. I'd have to go for Skywind just because I wasn't able to get into Morrowind as a kid. That's fair. I was in Oblivion. That's fair. That's very fair, you know? But yeah, I like both games. I haven't seen much from Skywind. I'm excited for it for sure. I grew up playing Morrowind, so we'll definitely see. I don't want to say I'm more excited for Oblivion or SkyBlivion. God, it's such an equal footing for me. I'm excited for both because both of them are games that I grew up with. I think I'm trying to remember how old I was when I played Skywind or Morrowind. I think I was like 12 or 13 when I played Morrowind. I loved Oblivion as a kid and playing as a dark elf, but when I was in elementary school, Morrowind was fun, but it was way too hard. Just run from slaughter. Yeah. Sleep, regen. Yep. I agree. Remember geeking out about how much better the Argonians looked on my mom's couch. They did. They looked awesome. It was an amazing experience for both. And the strip club with the rats killing her. Yup. It's both games are just brutal in the way they were made. In a good way. Pong was a big Murphy coming in with the old timer joke. All right, so let's try to get this to work real quick. Since we finally got it loaded. Oi. Oh yeah, they were. Let's see, edit. I want to go all the way down. Open. Don't you crash on me. We're just gonna do that. Paste that. Castle. Axle. We're just going to call it that. I just want to find it and look at it in preview. Okay. Preview this mother... Alright, let's look at this. We'll get rid of that ground really quick. Especially that skooma in the docks, yes. I think what I loved about Morrowind was that it was fully open world, you know? Grandpa Gamer Murphy, I agree. We're gonna nickname you that in the Discord. The jump scares, yes, Oblivion did, especially at the beginning with the goblins. Oh my god, I hope you guys are excited for the beginning of the new SkyBlivion game. Its start area is beautiful. When I was a kid and the place sand rocks and into the sand. So we have our model. We can see it. There is a lot of Z fighting. What about when you get pretty close? Yep, that's not good either. Z fighting is when you have two meshes that are stacked right on top of each other. Like that right there. So much Z fighting. I might have to put it in game today or tomorrow to see if it's really that bad or if it's just a visual thing in the preview. Oh, that died. Can you guys still hear me? So we got this in game in the CK. I'm gonna take we'll say a 5-minute break. I'll come back and we'll start creatures. But I'm just happy we got this in the CK. I was able to show it. I got to add collision to it and do a bunch of other stuff. And it looks like we might have to fix some Z fighting some other time. But I really, really want to do creatures tonight. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be back. I'll leave this going. And then we'll get into creatures. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me pretty good? I am back, and if you can hear me fairly well, I'm gonna start. We're gonna start with creatures. Let me rewind my music a bit. Um, I'm gonna refresh this on here. Oh, good, perfect. That makes me happy. Okay, so all right. So in two cases, what we're gonna do with creatures. All right, let's say you you buy one. Crickets. You let's say you buy a creature online, right? That's been customly made by a professional animator. It's in a normal 3D format of an FPS or something along those lines, or an I think you can also do OBS, but it's not set up to be used in Skyrim at all. So let's say you bought, I don't know, you could buy a creature from, let me see, I could show you an example. Look up owl. I'll show you a good example of this. So let's say I bought this, right? Let's say I bought this guy, this owl here, right? It's going to come in a several formats. It's going to come up in a FBX format, a DAE, GLTF, and a couple of other like 3D model formats. I don't know what they are, right? Um, let's say you did that, and it's fully animated. Like if you do buy a creature, unless you know how to animate, um, you want to buy one that's already fully animated, that has like at least a walk, um, some type of attack, a run, maybe a stagger, maybe it getting killed, or maybe it getting jumped, it turning as well, and maybe some type of idle. Usually, there's a few different animations you want, sometimes even more. Um, I'm not gonna teach you how to animate. I'm gonna teach you how to take something after you've already learned how to make those. There's plenty of tutorials online on how to sculpt a creature, make a low poly version of it, and also make a rig for it for animating and then animating it. I'm gonna teach you what to do to get it into Skyrim. Let's see. I bought a dragon to make a little dragon. That summer collection. So let me close that. Um, so with that, we're gonna import a creature model into Blender and an FBX format. I'll show you guys what we're gonna be working on primarily here in a minute. But let me do this first. Let me show you what it'll look like when you import it. Okay. So I created a new scene in Blender. We are going to import a whale I've been working on for a minute. We need that owl in Skyrim, I agree. I already bought it, and I'm just trying to figure out how to implement it. But we're gonna go to import. We're gonna go to FBX. We're gonna look for our model that I'm gonna use. I'm not gonna use the Clenfair yet. I'm gonna use something else first. The Clenfair is further along than what I wanted it to be. But we're gonna work on that still. I want This is gonna be a creature. Oh, here we go. We're gonna look at this whale I've been working on. I bought this whale a little while back. There's a version that has all of its animations. You would convert the animations basically kind of like the same way we're doing this. You would use a program called CKCMD to convert all these, by the way. but we'll get into that in a minute. So we're going to work on this this whale. So with this, importing this whale, first thing is we want manual orientation, if I remember correctly. You want to also click, I think it's manual bone orientation. We want Y forward and Z up. Well, we're not going to worry about scale right now. Okay, let me see. Import. Whale's going to come in like this. It's a bit weird. So it's going to be standing straight up, right? So I think this is just how this is oriented. But for this, whale, you like learning this stuff. It's a pun. Since it's built Skyrim, it's possible. I don't think there were any marriageable creatures in Oblivion. So voice acting would probably have to be from Skyrim, probably. It's a pun. All right, so it's in its T pose, but I want it to face. Actually, I want it to face this way. So Y forward is that way. So we actually got to rotate this. Negative 180. And then negative 90. All transformations. The other thing too we want to check is we want to make sure this mode stays in XYZ ruler. We want to make sure that that's going to be under your object properties over here to the right. You don't want it going into Quantumarian? You don't want that. You want the XYZ ruler. You want that. Okay. So the point of this is we have the whale. You can hide the whale for now. We want this, the actual rig. So the rig is how you would animate something, right? So the whale is designed like when you move this, the creature will move. But it has to be weight painted as well, which it should already be weight painted if it's already animated. Nice, congratulations, Ucamp. Seriously, that's awesome. So we have to create something that Skyrim can read. It reads something called HKX files. You have standard HKX files and HKX files.xml. Basically, we can't export this unless there was a tool for it, which we do. You can use a program called CKCMD to convert the skeleton to a proper rig that Skyrim can read in the creation kit. And you can upload that creature into CK once it's properly converted. Otherwise, you would have to use, 3ds Max 2010 with its Havoc's content editor, which it's a pain. Other programs you can use once you actually export this rig to actually create behaviors, you can use it's Havoc Behavioral Editor 6.6. You could find that online. You can use that once this actually is exported as an HKX, but it has to be an HKX file after you use CKCMD to convert it. So, we can't just have the skeleton look like this. It needs to have a rig. Not a rig. It needs to have a collision and stuff for something called a ragdoll. So what we're doing is we're basically creating its own collision on how you would do a building. It's really old stuff. It's very annoying stuff. And it's very frustrating stuff. Let's see. Are all these programs free? CKCMD is free. You can use Blender. Blender is free. Those are the primary tools you need. And then Havoc, if you want to create custom behaviors, you can use... one second, I'll show you. You can use a program called Skyrim Behavioral Editor. That's going to be on GitHub. You can use that, and you can use another creature's behavior as a template, completely get rid of all the other creatures' behavior, and then make your own. That's the simple way to state it. There are things you would have to do that I'm not fully understandable on how that works, but CKMC can also target another creature's behavior and input it into the CK. What I mean by target a creature's behavior, it's how the creature is going to react to its surroundings, right? So, like, if I put this whale in the CK and I say I want to target the behavior of a slaughterfish, it's going to be a very aggressive whale. So, to change that, I would have to upload that behavior of the slaughterfish into Skyrim Behavioral Editor and edit it to where it's not going to be so aggressive. And that is possible. That is very possible. And also I'd want to slow it down, the way it moves and stuff as well. But you would link all of its animations with those behaviors. So basically, you have an action and a reaction. When you approach a whale, or if you approach it, let's say a slaughterfish in this case, it's going to play a certain animation to be aggressive. Let's say you attack it, it's then going to be aggroed to you, so then it's going to be faster. It's going to do these attack animations. That's a behavior, and that's set up through something called a behavioral graph. And you need the Skyrim Behavioral Editor to do it. If you want to create something completely from scratch, you have to use the Havoc Behavioral Editor, which there's actually a tutorial in the help section on there on how to set up new behaviors. Getting it into Skyrim is going to be a little tricky from that because there's certain keywords and event names that you need. And I think you can get those from the Creation Kit wiki. Yes, actually, yes it can, Katie. It can convert your human rig. It could do that. But you still have to set up the ragdoll as well for it, which is a bit pain. All right, so I've been talking. Let me show you what I mean. Okay, so we have this whale. We have to get it to look like my animation, creatures, griffins, whale, project, skeleton, main project. I think this is it. All right. You're not gonna see anything in here until you hit this little red bouncy ball up here. Well, that's a kick in the dick. Oh, there it is. So we don't want that. We want the actual skeleton. I think this is it. Where are you? Oh, hey, I gotta go find it. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. I'll show you what I want it to look like. You see, it should be in here. Whale mod. Here we go. Open and explore. Textures, meshes. I need actor, whale, character assets. I need the skeleton. So we want it to look like this. See these shapes? Those shapes are its acting collision. So when you hit it, it recognizes that you hit it, and it does damage. And then if you run into it, you run into something solid. So we want to try to get that out of our Blender whale, which is this guy. Right? So we want to keep the whale, right? I want to keep that. But to do this, oh boy, I wish I would have wrote a script for this. We're going to export this whale as a NIF, and there is a reason why. Desktop. I got to choose the game, hold up. We're going to say Skyrim. File, export, NIF. I'm just making sure everything's correct. All right. Export. Instead of doing that, we're going to just export it as a OBS, an FBX. That's what we're going to do. We're going to say, there's a reason we're doing this. We're going to say Y forward, C up, apply transformations. Don't bake animations. We don't have any animations. Get rid of leaf bones. That should be fine. Export. I believe we put it on our desktop, right? Oh, it's in my documents. All right, that's fine. All right. Go to my documents and grab it. Oh, that's something else. Copy that. I'm going to put it in this new folder. Paste it here. And then you're going to download CKCMD. Oh, I could put it in the post. You're right about that. GovDM. That would actually work. Hey, thanks, by the way, Finger Gun, for following. And is it Great Alexander? Thank you for the follow, too. I appreciate it. So, you're going to download CKCMD. It's on GitHub. It's easy to find. You just Google it. You're going to search Skyrim CKCMD. You're going to download it. And I'm going to show you Modder Tools. CKCMD. It's going to look like this inside of it, right? Not the skeletons. There's not going to be any skeletons. Speaking of those, I'm going to destroy those. Okay. We're going to use this batch file called FBX to NIF, right? So we're going to take our file we just exported. That's still an FBX. We're going to just drop it in that folder. We're going to take that and we're just going to place it right on top of FBX to NIF. And it's just going to do a quick little thing. It's going to make a NIF. That's all it's going to do. If it doesn't freak out. There it is. Bam. I'm gonna open it. Oh, I didn't want the whale. It sent the whale. I don't want the whale. I'm gonna remove this branch. I just want, ooh, it's so small. Why is it so small? That's what she said. Why is it so tiny? I don't know why it's so tiny. Branch. Armature, I need that. Remove branch. All right, so we got this. I'm gonna save it like that because I need it either way. I'm gonna drop it right there. I'm gonna file import that into your Blender through NIF tools. You're gonna use NIF tools for this. Should be on my desktop as entitled NIF. Weird. Why is this giving me so much trouble today? Import NIF untitled import. All right. Yeah, those are all not supposed to be like that. It's a baby whale indeed. Let's try something else. It's gonna throw that at me, hey? Alt H. I'm gonna resize this real quick. Control A. I just want to export this rig, but I don't think it's gonna let me. Weird. So we have to do it the same way. All right. So FBX. We're gonna put this one on my desktop. Scale. It's gonna be a 1-to-1 ratio. Hold up. Let me hide the whale again. File, export. FBX. Apply unit. Space. I always have trouble with this part. Desktop. Export. Should be right there. All right. CKCMD again. Oh, wrong. Where did I put it? The hell? Oh, modder tools. CKCMD. Overwrite. Or FBX to NIF. Get rid of this. Something weird is happening here and I don't like it. I don't like this at all. So it's an export issue we're having. You know what? Let me try to just do... We're going to give the whale a material. And we're just going to add a few things to it real quick. BS light shader properly, cast shadows. That should be enough to export it. Export, NIF. Desktop, export. Okay, so I was able to export it that way. Go figure. So let's just do it that way, because that way is probably going to work over what I'm trying to do. Okay, there's the whale. We're going to get rid of that block. Remove branch. There it goes. Okay, that's what we're trying to get, is that right there. Okay, cool. I just want the root. So we're going to get rid of this other stuff. Remove branch. Block, remove branch. Yeah. So literally this is all I want. It's just this. File, save. That's all I want. Okay. So with that, finally, we're going to exit this. We're going to have our whale again. That drop down in the FBX export, doesn't that need to be all FBX? That need to all be, I think it does actually. That was on me. If I missed that earlier, my bad. I've been doing this stuff in Blender, the creature stuff, for a few months, and it's still new no matter what I do. I'm going to import what we just exported into our current project. Import. Make sure this is all correct. No animations. This is importing a NIF, by the way. Import. Boom. So, see all those little dots? Those are like origin points. Okay. So now that we have that, we now have our second, I don't want to say secondary armature, but yeah, you're going to call it secondary armature. We're going to expand this all on this side over here just to kind of get a understanding. So the reason we have to do this is we have to have those dots represent the actual skeleton that we have to use, right? So you can't use this original rig because it's a bit of a pain. Because it's really hard to attach things to it. So you kind of have to have two rigs. You need the FBX rig, which is this, and then you need a rig made of all empties, if that makes sense. Basically, it's empties that are all parented to each other, right? That's all those little dots are. So all these are literally this rig exported as a NIF and then re-imported at the same size. Okay? It's a little confusing, but you'll, I hope you understand. We're gonna call this experiment, or test, just to kind of show you everything. All right, so test. We're gonna save that on my desktop. Now I'm gonna minimize this real quick, and I'm gonna check something real quick out of an older file of the whale that I've already made. We're gonna look at whale project. Should be called main focus, right? Oh yeah, it's right here. Whale rig. It's this guy. Oh, I hate it when it does that. I gotta open it in Blender 3.6. 4.0 doesn't have NIF tools set up properly yet, so you have to use 3.6 or older for this, by the way, currently. Okay, so here's my whale that I've already finished. So I gotta check something real quick. I just want to check one of these empties wherever they are. Okay. That answered my question. Does this have a parent? Parent is the pelvis bone. Parent is root. Okay, so by the way, in the end of all this, your branch tree has got to look like this. Like, this is going to be what you're doing in Blender, and it's going to take you a day to do this. Like, doing a creature rig in Blender is not quick. This process is not quick to set up a ragdoll. This is why doing creatures is such a pain. Is the ragdoll, because this is literally the custom, and like this is the custom skeleton that the creature needs to operate in Skyrim. And it has to be set up a specific way. So, hey, what's going on, Speedy? Thanks for the subscription. What's going on, brother? But yeah, so it needs to be set up like this. I'm trying to remember if I'm just checking something again. I wonder if Jonah's stuff is set up similar. I want to make sure real quick. Did it open in? Yeah, it opened in 4.0. No, don't save. I gotta change that. So Blender. Custom animal work is just an absolute. It's probably one of the most difficult things to do in Skyrim. That's why you don't really see too much documentation on it. It's just because it's a pain. Oh yeah, I'm going over creature stuff for SkyBlivion. I'm supposed to be working on the Clenfair, but I thought I would start at a spot where people could kind of learn how to properly do it. I want to see what happens when I do something here. Let's do it just this way. Control A, all. Okay, so it did what I thought it was going to do. Trying to figure out where these parents are real quick, because this whole thing is set up by parents. And I just want to make sure I show you the right thing. Its parent is... We could lower that. Tiger front leg hip. Tiger neck top. Something something jaw. Control A. So it snaps up to there. What's its parent? Top neck. Its parent is an object. Oh, that's the RB, right? That's gonna fall back to the... I'm trying to see if there's any child to this this rig, just making sure here before I start explaining this wrong. Object mode. Bounding box. Parent is the top. I'm just following the its parents this. Well, I'm trying to double check. I'm just trying to make sure like this isn't a child of the actual rig itself. Yeah. I'll go over this definitely again sometime. I just want to make sure I'm explaining it correctly. Is the biggest thing. Because this stuff gets really deep. All right, I guess all we can do is try, see what happens. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So you have something called your, these are called your capsules. These are your collider boxes technically, right? And you want them between each, see these little circles? Technically you want one in between each circle. Control H. And basically how that works is, well, this is a little different. Around each joint, but you want them in between generally these specifically. They're going to be named they have to be named like in this format. So it has to be the name of the bone that they're parented to underscore RB underscore capsule. So let's say I have a bone, right? It's going to be spine. So I'll show you this again. So again, earlier when we imported those empties, we imported them back, or that NIF back in, it took over the spot of the rig. And how that works is, so you have an empty that represents this bone instead. And it's named the exact same thing that rig part would be named. And you want that. So if you make a child of it, you have to also have something called, that's named the exact same thing, underscore RB. You need this for every bone. So it needs to be a child of it. So it gets confusing. So basically, let me recap. We have a skeleton, right? We have a skeleton. Then we have all the empties that we re-imported back into Blender, right? It's the same skeleton. That's the rig. We can hide this. Say, I'm going to hide you. We're going to take this empty. And what we could do is, we're going to take, let's do spine. We'll do spine 2. I'm going to say Control D, right? So now we have spine 2001, right? We're going to press F2 on it. We're going to rename it to underscore RB. It has to be named, actually it's going to be lowercase, lowercase rb. It has to be named the exact same name, right? So you're going to have this rb. And this is for CKCMD to properly read this. We're going to look at spine 2 real quick on my whale. Spine 2 is right here. And right here you could see that it has a right whale spine 2 underscore RB. I'll talk to you later, Katie. Have a good night. So, and this is a child of the spine 2, right? So basically, this is mostly going to be wherever there's going to be a flex point or a joint is the idea, okay? Is what I meant to say earlier. So we have this right whale spine 2, and then we have its RB. And what we're going to want to do is, let me go back to my actual project. So right whale spine 2, its parent is, it says it's spine 1. We don't want that. So we're going to right click parent, clear parent, and keep transformation. Okay. And then we're going to want to take this, and you can actually hold shift, and drop it right on right whale spine 2. And that'll make it a child of the right whale spine 2. So spine 2 underscore RB is a child now of spine of that. And I'm going to hit Control A, all transformations. It's not supposed to do that, but it's going to. Let me see if I can remember how to do this properly. So let me backtrack. I'm going to move that there. Let's see. Control, parent, make parent without inverse. I think that's what I was using. So now you got this, right? I'm going to try to do Control A on it again, all transforms. It shouldn't jump back to that. You don't want it to jump back to the origin point when doing that. You want it to be able to apply all transformations, not to everything in the scene, but just to that. So let me double check on that one more time. I'm going to make sure. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to shift, or I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to click right whale spine. Actually, I wonder if I could just apply it over with this too, the dropper tool. Boom. But it's going to do that. I wonder if we can hit Control A, all transforms. Ah, it jumps right back to it. Okay, perfect. That's what we want. So you can use the eyedropper tool too. That works perfectly too. You want all your transformations, like your locational data, all over here to be 0. All right, scale doesn't matter. You do want your scale at 1. So we have our right whale spine 2 underscore RB, a child of the bone above it. And literally we have to do that to every crease point that we're going to have, okay? So like a flex point where that whale is going to be animated or where it's going to flex, we want to put these. Because this is where your capsules are going to connect to. You want these everywhere a capsule is going to be. And what I mean by capsules is these guys. So wherever these are in between, around the center you want it to be for each one of these. So like, see where there's a capsule here? If I say RB, there's one right around the flex point of this. Spine 2 is in the same spot. It's frustrating. I feel like there's a better way I could document this or explain it. I haven't done this in a minute, so it is kind of confusing. All right, so we have our RB, right? Now let's try to figure out a capsule, right? We're gonna make a capsule next. So I think how I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna go to edit, I'm gonna go to preferences, I'm going to go to install. Actually, I'm going to look for something. This should be in Blender already. I'm going to look for extra shapes or extra objects. So mesh, add mesh extra objects. You want to install that right there. Just hit that mark. It's going to be under add-ons. Okay. Then you're going to go to file. You're actually going to go to add mesh. Should be the round cube is what we want. We're going to say we want a capsule. We're going to change, look at the wireframe real quick so we can see this. We want to lower some of this stuff a little bit. I think that'll work right there. All right, so next I'm going to click on it. I'm going to hit tab. I'm going to resize it to a fairly decent size, and I'm going to rotate it along the x-axis. I'm going to change that to 90. Boom. Okay. So we have this capsule now. I'm going to go back and find this spine RB, which is right there. I kind of want this shape. Let me hide this whale again. I kind of want this shape to be somewhere, I'm thinking somewhere over right here. I'm thinking in between these two. Let me double check real quick. So we have it between that and it looks like the head. So these 2 points is kind of where I want this collision to be. This is kind of like you would guess and watch the animation, kind of like where it might flex at and stuff, or where you want these collision cubes. Or collision capsules in this point. So Alt-H. So it's this one. We have it right before the spine form. Okay, so we're gonna copy that. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's like a guessing game with this. With trying to figure out what these go, but you want it to be over like the flexing points, and you want it to be around that joint is technically what you want. Oh, I'm having a whale of a time. You have returned? I love the whale of time joke. All right, so with this capsule, we're going to have it between spine 2 and spine 4, if I could find it. It's like right here, I think it was. Yep, spine 4. Spine 2 is right here, and spine 4 is right here. And it's going to be different on every creature, just to give you a heads up. So I want to try to have it there. I'm going to hit tab. I'm going to blow this up. I'm going to go into X view. I'm going to try to put this like that. And this, we're going to bring in You want this ball to be almost the same dimension of the whale, about the same size. The reason why is, like, if you're going to attack it, you don't want to hit the whale way out here where you're not even close to the whale. You want to hit it on its actual hitbox where it's its skin. So you want it to be, you know, right inside the whale. Well, not inside the whale, but you want it to line up with the actual skin mesh of the whale. Right? So I think, let me hide that. It looks good on the skin side. Let me hide this. Actually, we'll do control. Well, we'll hold Z, go into this, and let me see where this. You got spine 2. RB is back there. Oh, this is way too forward. We got to bring this back some. This 4. 4 is right there. This is a little too big. So we got to squish this a bit more. Just a bit more. We got to squish it. That doesn't look too bad. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer a promotion. Oh. I am going to ban this guy. Or just ignore him. We'll just ignore him for now. Let me put this link in my Discord. Don't listen to the bot in the chat. By the way, guys, gotta love bots. Actually, I think I could ban him. Hold up. Yeah, I'm gonna ban him. I just have to open it up in a different. Twitch, why are you being a pain in my butt right now? Let's block. That should work. And then I will also report spam. There. Scam. Submit. There. All right, cool. All right, back to what we were doing. Sorry about that. All right, so the link I was talking about. Oh, I didn't know that. That's what I would put. You learn something new every day. Dum dum dum. Let's go ban him real quick. Oh yeah, I'm still working on the whale. It's all good. Let me post this link though real quick and then we'll get back to working on this. So we're working on the collider still for this whale. So at each collider, or in this case, this is a capsule, You can use, by the way, you can use squares, you can use circles, and you can use capsule-shaped objects to act as colliders, right? So you're going to put a capsule at every point you think is going to flex or go up or down, or where you think is one's going to be needing to go. And you want to put them between this circular area and this circular area, or a point where you think it's going to flex or something's going to bend, or there's going to be a joint. It's going to be different with every creature. That's why I can't like properly say like, oh, these are going to go here every single time, because they're not. It's going to be different every time. But I can show you how to set it up. So that is the plan. So we have this collider. We have RB. Then where is RB? Right there. We want this to be a child of that underscore RB spine 2. And we want it to be named. This is if you're using a capsule for this shape. Again, it can be a cube or it can be a circle. It's going to be the name of the bone underscore RB underscore the shape. So in this case, it's going to be a capsule. If it was a sphere, or I believe a circle, it would be underscore sphere, or it would be a cube. There's actually here, I'll bring it up. Creature. I'll show you what I mean. Oh, actually, that was exactly what I was looking for. So if you look, you could look up creatures, and Beyond Skyrim wiki will pop up, right? For custom animations. It talks about some of the things we're talking about. For the colliders is what we're setting it up. It could be underscore RB underscore capsule, or underscore RB underscore sphere, or a box. Those are what they have to be named. So in this case, we're going to use sphere. I'll minimize this again. Let me check. I got to see where its origin point is too. Its origin point should be right there as well. Okay, cool, perfect. Okay, so we have this sphere. We also have to make its origin point, I know it's a lot, an origin point at sphere, or at the right whale spine 2 RB. So its origin point has to be the same place. And a way around that, or to do that, you can do right click, snap, cursor to selected by clicking on the RB right there, right? So now you have this cursor that's on your RB bone. You can click this and you can say set origin to 3D cursor. Boom. So now that origin is lined up right where you want that to be for this sphere. Okay. Then after that, we're going to take this round cube. We're going to rename it. So shortcut to renaming something, create F2. But I'm going to click on the RB, the empty. I'm clicking on this empty down here, right there. So I have that empty. I'm going to hit F2 over here. Control copy. I'm going to go up to that round cube right here. I'm going to hit F2. I'm going to rename it. Control V. Underscore. And we're going to name it capsule. Is it under? I think it's... Is it capital? Can't remember if it's capital or not. Nope. All right. Capsule. Like that. Yeah. Okay. It's perfect. Okay. And then we're going to make this a child of RB. Boom. And to get it down there, you can hold shift and also drag it. Actually, you can just drag it and it'll pop up under there. That's what you want. You don't have to hold down shift after you parent it. And to fix its location, you just Control A, all transforms. Oh, and it should snap, but it didn't want to snap. I don't understand why it didn't. Snap to cursor. That's wrong. All right, we're going to parent it differently instead of that way. So instead, shift. Actually, we're going to do hold control, click that, right click, parent. Hold up before I do that. Control A, all transformations. That might be why. So before you parent it, actually get the data or set all transformations. Oi. And then you're going to change the parent by, maybe if we move this back to there, that might work. And then you're going to go over here, right click. Actually, we'll try the eyedropper tool again. Boom. That's really weird. It wants to twist like that. I'm just pressing Control Z to go back. What's the locational data on that? Okay, that's set to 0. Parent. Let's try make parent without inverse. Let's try that. Did the same. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. So I went parent, make parent without inverse, keep transformation. It's funny why it does that. Anyways, it worked. So now we have our collider. After that, you're going to need our okay. So at this point, I'm going to copy one of these, right? Control copy. Actually, it's going to copy the whole thing. I think this one I'll explain more instead of trying to do it. So you have two shapes, right? These are the two colliders. This is set up exactly like the other capsule is, right? You have two capsules that are overlapping, right? At the spot of where they're going to actually interact, where there's a flex point, like a joint, they are your, you're going to have these things called, these are called your, let me find it real quick, not that. These are your, not colliders, these are, Constraints. Right. Okay. That's what those were. Okay. These are your constraints for your joints. All right. So you're going to have another empty. These are your constraints between each of your joints. So right here is a joint. We have this right whale spine RB capsule, right? We want a restraint to the pelvis RB capsule, right? We want that. So from the parent of this, which is going to be the RB spine, we have to have another empty that's in the middle over here. It's going to be... So, hold up. That's capsule, that's pelvis. Maybe there isn't. Okay, for that one, there isn't one. We'll do the head then. Okay, for this case, it was something different. I forgot why I didn't put one there. But there's one between the head and this. I know that for a fact. So there's a constraint between these two. So we have, and I think the head is actually right here. So there's going to be a constraint way back here. So the constraint's going to be back here, but it's designated for these two, where this rotates and moves. Typically you want it right here, but its parent is way back here. So when you transfer, do a control A, all transformations, it's going to jump back to that parent no matter what. But you want this, it's called an attach point or a constraint. You want this to be named the parent first. So this parent is under the spine 2 RB underscore CON underscore right whale head, which that's the point it's connecting to, right? It's going to be the full name of that bone underscore RB, and then it's going to be attach point underscore point. Okay, it's a lot. So when you get that set up, it's going to be the same way. You want to make it a child of that empty of the spine 2 RB. It's going to be a child of that. And then you're going to do control A, all transformations, and it'll be in that spot. Okay? Now, some of these are going to have many constraints, like spine 2 RB capsule. That's going to interact with this capsule, this one, and some reason it should be a pelvis one on here, but it's not, which is really weird. But it has 4. I think it's probably targeting this guy instead for some weird reason. But this one has 4 because of these are all interconnected at that bone. Now, once you get that set up, okay, you're going to have, for each one of these shapes, you're going to go down to, this is a lot even for me. All right, for these colliders, you're going to click on this little box. This is object properties. You're going to click on that over here. It's right here. Or yeah, it's right here. You're gonna click on that. You're gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. And you're gonna go to your custom properties tab. You're gonna hit new. And you're gonna get these little edit values, right? So for this, did I already click new? Oh yeah. So it's gonna pop up as prop. You're gonna click on that little gear icon and you're gonna change it to reflect this stuff. What this stuff is, I'm gonna go through each one and it's a little bit of a pain. This is probably more of the tedious stuff, and you thought it was tedious already. You're gonna have something called Arma, what is it? Arma object props. You're gonna name it that. So its property name is gonna be named Arma object props. You want it to be, the type you want it to be is gonna be a Python. And the value is going to be 2 brackets. That's going to be 1. You're going to want another one called inertia. You're going to find that as a type as a float. You're going to name it inertia X. Default value 0. You could copy the settings just from the stream if you can see. Oh, you can't even freaking see it. Oh, my bad, guys. Give me a second. My face is in the way. Let me get rid of my face here. Boom. All right. Let's show you this again real quick. Okay. So you're going to click on this little box right here. You're going to go to all the way to the bottom, custom properties. You're going to click on new. You're going to get something that says prop, right? For each one of these props, it's going to have a type. You're going to change that type to the corresponding things. And I'll show you. So you're going to name one of these props Arma object props. I'm going to click the gear icon. That type is going to be a Python. You could rename it to that. Its value is going to be brackets. You're just going to hit OK. You're going to go through and name each one of these props something different. And it's going to be a different type. Each one's going to be a different type. Like inertia X is going to be a float. These are its values. You're going to hit OK. This is going to be this is 0.1 or a 1.0 for the value. This one's value is brackets for animation props. You're going to have an inertia Y. It should be about the same thing. Float, inertia Y, all this plain data. Same for inertia Z. Those are all going to be about the same. Just going to be named differently. The mass. For mass, you're going to put type float. You're going to name it property name mass. Default value is going to be 0, 0. And it's going to have a NF or INF and another INF for min and max. I put, for step, I put 1, precision 3, plain data. And I put for my mass percentage, I usually keep it between like 0 and 100. Like the higher the number is to 100, the closer it is to basically staying still. Mine's 80 because it's a whale, so you might want the mass of the whale to be pretty heavy. The X-ray, it's a Python type X-ray. And I don't know if you can fully read this, but you're going to name the value bracket in parentheses version. You could read that right from the stream if you need to. I'll hit OK. And I hate to say this, but you're going to do this for every single one of these shapes. These colliders, you're going to put this custom property or these custom properties on these. There's a way to make it faster. You could go to Blender, or not Blender, but you can go to ChatGPT and make a script to copy selected custom properties from active selective object to other selective objects. That'll copy all these custom property data to the rest of these colliders, and it'll make things go by so much quicker. Yes, yes. You have to do it this way first. you you have to do it this way first. You have to make one shape with all these properties first, but then you can make a copy and paste script practically that copies all these properties, these custom properties, to the rest of these shapes, and it makes it so much quicker. So after we get done with these custom properties, we're going to head over to the material tab. It's this little red circle down here. You're going to make a new material. You're going to name it Sky Have Matte Skin. That's going to be Sky, all uppercase. Sky underscore have underscore matte underscore skin. I know it's... we're going to scroll down to Diff Tool Shaders. It's not going to have a shader. But down at the custom properties, you're going to add another custom property. You're going to go to string for the type. Your property name is going to be collision layer. You're going to hit OK. And then for the value, you're going to type in capital SKYL underscore all caps biped, BIPED. And then you're going to make two more custom properties. One's going to be shaderless. That is a Python shaderless values bracket bracket. And then another property is going to be X-ray. That's going to be a Python X-ray with this right here. There's nothing past that bracket, so it's all just that. I'll go slower so you can actually see it all. I'm going to hit OK. And that also has to be on every single one of these shapes as well. Let me go back and make sure I didn't miss that for this shape earlier. Not this one. It was, I think it was X-ray. So in case you missed it earlier. Okay, that is the full thing. Make sure there's nothing else down here that I missed. Okay, that is your colliders. But wait, there's more. Oh, there's a little bit more. So after you finish your colliders, you're going to go to your attach points or your constraints. This is why you really want to make this script. Again, your attach points are what attach your collider to another collider. And this attach point, the parent of that attach point goes first in the name, underscore RB underscore CON underscore the child. In this case, it's going to be the head, right? Just double checking. I know I'm going over it again. Right here is this one, right? You don't have to make, by the way, you don't have to make this a child of this connection point. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. But after you make sure and you have these, you're going to go to object properties. You're going to scroll all the way to the bottom again. You're going to go to custom properties again. And you're going to do the same thing. You're going to set up some custom properties for this empty. This one is, so this one's cone, C-O-N-E, max angle. This is a string. It's called cone max angle. Hit OK. This value for this is going to be a 0.207694. All right. These tell like how the the colliders are going to flex. It's its restraints. The next one's going to be constraint underscore type. This one's going to be a string. Constraint underscore type is going to go in the property name. It's going to be okay. For the value, you're going to type ragdoll. Next is going to be max friction. This type is a string as well, max friction. Just like that. And its value is going to be 10. Plane max angle is going to be next. This should also be a string. Plane max angle for the property name. Its value is going to be 0.0333. This could change depending on what it's for. These are actually copied over from another creature that flexes very similar to the whale. Plane min angle is going to be next. That's going to be a string. Plane min angle. Twist max angle. That's also going to be a string. Twist max or min angle. That's also going to be a string. So you need all those properties for all of the constraint points. Again, I would make a script that copies these constraint or these custom properties, that you would select all of the constraints on the rig and select the one last. That's going to be your active element. Usually it's highlighted kind of like this. If I select all of these, right, the last thing I select, it's got a bright yellow and the rest of them are orange, right? Everything's selected and this is your active object. The scripts should be worded copy. The wording should be make a Blender script that copies property data or custom property data from active element and copy to rest of the selected group. And it might take some practice or even like several tries to get it done right. But afterwards, you want all that data, including the empties, you want all that on every single attachment point. Even these have attachment points down here. So let me show you the right here. So the tail down here, this has an attachment point down here. See, that has the same values. You want that throughout the entire rig, wherever there's a joint, right? After all of this is done, you want a square called bounding. You're going to rename that square. Well, first you're going to stretch it out to about the size of your creature. And it's going to be this bounding box. This lets your creature know where it can and cannot go. Okay? You're going to name this mesh bounding box. It's not going to have a parent or child, but it does have to be named. Actually, there's an empty called bounding box. It has a child that's a mesh that's called bounding box underscore box. And it does have custom property data as well. For the box itself, it's Arma HF props, and it is a Python type. Property name Arma HF props, brackets for the value. Then it has Arma object props. That's a Python, and I think X-ray is the same. Yeah, it's a Python. And again, here's that value if you need it. And okay. All right. Let me make sure that empty, I'm pretty sure that empty doesn't have, okay, empty does not have custom. So, okay, let's say after you've made it all this far, and if you guys are still watching and you're not burnt out from listening to all of this, because it is a lot, you're going to export all this. And I could slowly go through this if you want to show you everything. And if you need help with this, I'm perfectly fine in my Discord jumping off sometime and like helping you understand this better. It is a lot, and I like teaching, but this is the way to do it in Blender. And I could send a link. I'll post this link in chat. It kind of shows some of the layout of what you need to do to make a custom rig, but I wouldn't say it's very well documented. Nothing against the original person that did it. I don't know who they are, but it definitely could have been it's confusing. It's a confusing thing to go over, but I'm going to post this in chat if anybody would like to learn or see the layout for this. All right. So after you got everything set up with all the custom property data and such, you're going to go to File, Export, and you're going to export this as an FBX. Okay. Now for the data, make sure you get this box right here, because this is what screwed us for the longest time that I kept missing. There's a little box for exporting this. It's under Include. It's going to be Custom Properties. Make sure you have that ticked. You need that box ticked. Oh my God. You want Y forward, Z up. You can get rid of add leaf bones, get rid of that completely, and get rid of bake animation. You don't need that either because we're not exporting animations. So I'm just going to put this on my desktop. I'm going to export this. At the UV unwrapping part of the creature creation. This is a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot. So I got my whale rig over here. I'm going to go back to CKCMD. Actually, I'm going to put this in a new folder first. Actually, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go into my modders tools. I'm going to go to CKCMD. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to delete these other two things. Paste it. All right. So I'm going to rename this skeleton. And then I'm not going to do what I did earlier. I'm not going to go to FBX to NIF. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to actually run CKCMD. It's a bit frustrating, but I have to remember how to operate this thing, so give me a second. So you're going to want to go up to search. You're going to want to look for your command prop, CMD. Actually, you can go to run. You can search for your run too. Or you can look for CMD. But you want your command prompt out. I got to remember what the hell. Let me make sure this is right real quick. Control V. CK. CKCMD.exe. Is that right? No. I gotta remember how to run this. Ah. There it goes. All right. So I'll restart just to show you. Okay. So find your command prompt. Gonna run it. You can open your file where your CKCMD is. You can drag and drop the exe just right into your CKCMD, and it'll find its location. Just hit enter, and it's gonna spit all this wording out, right? So you're gonna want to, if I remember correctly, I think it's import FBX, I'm thinking is what it is. I think it's import rig. We'll check. So we want, I think it's, we're gonna try import FBX. We're gonna try, actually no, we're gonna try rig. We're gonna try rig first. We're gonna try this import rig right here. So we're gonna do import FBX right here. If I remember correctly, I have to do I think I can drag. I think I have to type it out. If I remember correctly, I think it's import FBX space. We can drag and drop the skeleton in. I think you can hit enter. Nope. That's not what it was. Let me look up the instructions again. Let me see. CKCMD. It's been a while since I've used this. Okay, for CKCMD. I think we can go to okay. See, as command line tool, the following commands are useful for animation implementation. Import FBX file and animation output folder. Use a conversion between binary and X. Convert input. Import rig. Let me check over here real quick. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let me back up a little bit. I'm just looking for how to use this command prompt again real quick for the right command I need. Let me look up export. Sorry guys, this is taking me a minute. Export rig. So it should be just let me do this. CK CMD. Here, we'll do it this way. So we're gonna grab this, bring it over to here. Export rig space to skeleton. Enter. Nope. Enter on this. Nope, that ain't it either. Oh. Let me jump a little further back in time here. Do. This was just a simple thing that I can't remember. Let me see. Seemed like I would be able to remember. So this says for export. Import rig. Let's try this. Let's do export rig and see if it gives me a help message. What about that? Enter. That. Import rig space that, enter. There it goes. Didn't give me a file though. Let's try that again. Space export rig space oh that this is a valid Havoc 2010 32-bit LE. Should be. Let me try one of my other older skeletons real quick. Because I just wanted to see if I can get it to do the process again. Because a lot of this takes trial and error. Delete that. Why won't it let me delete it? Weird. I never thought this was going to give me this much pain here. All right, so there's the one I want to work with. Let's just do this. Copy this stuff. Not letting me do what I wanted earlier, so we'll just try it this way. All right, we'll run our command prompt. We have our skeleton. I want to run this, enter. Okay, run this. Export rig is what I want. Space, I'm gonna drop my skeleton. Hit enter. Maybe it's not export rig. Is it import rig? It might be import rig. Oh, hold up. CKCMD, enter. Space. Import rig. Gotta be a space here. Space there. Ah, fuck. Import rig. Hold up. All right, enter. Oh, it's right here. It did it. Okay, cool. So it created a new folder and it put it in that folder. That's on me. That's funny. So we have our skeleton right here. It probably did it earlier and I wasn't paying attention. So this is what it spits out, right? This is what we want. So again, I'll even do it one more time to show you the process, okay? So once we export our skeleton from Blender, after it's all set up, you're going to drop it in the CKCMD file where you have it. You're going to run your command prompt. You're going to drag and drop ckcmd.exe, the application, into your command prompt. Just hit enter. I usually do it again just to do it. Space, import rig, space, take your skeleton FBX, drop it into there. Just hit enter. Oh, they have to be selected on the command prompt. Hit enter. And they'll spit out a file. Give it a second. It should anyways. Refresh this box. Or was it what the hell? Maybe it was export rig. Let's try that again. Fuck. Sorry, guys. Actually, I think it is importing it into this file for some reason. Let's try that. all over again because I think it's just bringing it over to here. So it should appear in the box. CKCMD, import rig, space, skeleton, hit enter. It's in neither one of them. Why is this being such a headache? Let's try export rig again. All right, something's wrong here. What does import FBX do? Let me read this real quick. Export rig. Let me try this real quick. It won't let me delete anything. I have no idea why. So weird. Rename this to skeleton. Enter. Should be export rig. Oh, I know I'm doing something wrong here. Let me right type. Okay, CMD, CD, then it will load the path, and type ckcmd exe. Okay, so let's try this one last time. From what my buddy's saying, CMD CD file path. CD file path. Space. Let's try CD. CD import rig. CD import rig. Then we'll put space, the skeleton. I was just doing this the other day. I can't remember how to do this, and it's getting frustrating. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about this. Actually, you know what? I think this will be a good time to end this before I get really frustrated. I'm gonna hop off and see how to figure this out. Anyways, you use CKMCMD. I gotta remember how to use it to convert the skeleton into an HCAX file. After you convert it to an HCAX file, you then use CKCMD to use the retarget creature, and it creates an ESP for you that you could put your HCAX file in and your skeleton file in the same way. You can look at examples with LE creatures or even Skyrim SE projects, and it's the same layout. Anyways, you put all those files in the right layout and format, and it'll also shoot out an ESP for you, and you install that into Mod Organizer, activate that ESP that gives you all of your ini files and everything when you also retarget creature, and you go through the creation kit and basically add new race, add new creature, choosing the HKX file and the skeleton. And you do the same over with animations, which I haven't really gotten that far. This is as far as I seem to get today. I mean, I used to know how to export the rig. I'm just trying to remember the proper way you input it in CKCMD. That is definitely the proper way for the FBX, though, for sure. But I'm gonna hop off here. I'm gonna try to figure this out because it's killing me. If you want to know more, come to my Discord. Let me come to my Discord. I'll be more than happy to help you out and learn how to do this. It's definitely been an interesting night tonight. I had fun. This last little bit got a little bit of frustrated. Acomp, I bet you that's going to be how it goes too. Or it won't take long to figure out after the stream. It's like I'm searching through my Discord messages and everything else, and I'm like, how the hell do you do it? But that is how you set up the rig. You have to have those proper custom properties in your Blender file. All of that has to be done, and then you use CKCMD to properly export the FBX to an HKX file. But it's a bit of a pain tonight because I can't remember the proper function to type in. I can get it to work. I can see the things I have to type to do. I'm pretty sure it is. It might be import rig. I don't know. I could try one more time. CD import or ck cmd.exe space import rig space, oh, that's riff, rig space the file. That's wrong. Let's try space import rig. Could be export or import rig. I really don't know. I can't remember. I hate when I press enter there. Usually it gives me a file, but it's not giving me any extra new files. That's why I know something's screwy here. But yeah, I'm gonna cut it there. I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for participating in the charity stream. I really appreciate it. Sorry for all the craziness tonight. Yeah, it was just, my brain hurts after trying to figure that out and trying to remember. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'll wait until I get off stream to de-stress. But anyway, Thank you for participating, and thanks for the follows. Thanks for the resub Prime, Speedy, again. I thank you,